Greetings and salutations. My name is Tish and welcome to the Artist Haven. In this live stream, we are continuing our 30 journals in 30 days because I'm a crazy woman. No, I am crazy, but a good kind of crazy. And we are on journal number 22. That means we have, after this one, we have only 8 more journals to go. Do you think we'll make it? This morning I wasn't sure because I come up here and I think my desk is organized, but it's not. It's chaos. It's craziness. And you know what? It's organized chaos, and I can live with that. So today we're going to work on another wrap journal. This one, I was playing, this is avocado dyed and coffee dyed, and then on the inside it's a tea dye. So it's all eco-stained. An old bed sheet, and then I came in with some really cool threads, colors, just to give it some color and some pop. So, and then I'm like thinking, well, I want to do kind of a vintagey cover for it. So I've got another one of these from the Dollar Tree, and I think what we're going to do is we're going to do the closure first, and then we are going to do I've got the signatures all picked out. I went through and picked out, I even broke down a couple of books, new books. We had new pages because I'm kind of getting tired of looking at the same pages, yo. So, because I know I have a whole tub of old books that are just itching to be used. But I have these, these are from a Dollar Tree, and I've been wanting to try and make sure that this is going to work the way I think it is. Here we go. I don't know if they still have them there. I've had these around for a while, quite some while, but they're metal, and then the magnets stick to it. So I want to do something kind of fun with this, like have it stick out like this, and then put the magnets on the back of that, like that, maybe, and then have like a little charm hang off of there or something. I'm going to paint this, of course. We're not going to have this stark white, or glaze it, or hit it with some inks or something. And then that way there's a magnet closure that doesn't get in the way. This is flat, and then this has got the magnets on it. So, yeah, that's where my brain was going. And then I'm sitting up in the studio and I'm getting stuff done. And next thing I know, I'm like, dude, what time is my live? And so here I am, doing the live again. I used to do this 6 days a week, 7 days a week. I did it for like a year. And I have over 800 live streams that I've done, and every time I do them, I'm just like, oh, what do I do again? What do I do again? But it's okay. Coffee is your friend, and chocolate is even better, but you know, let's cut these strings off. So I'm thinking, what if I glaze this? Will the magnets still work on it? I think so, because we're going to put like 3 magnets on the back of this, and I have it go chink right there, because I like it this way. So let's start on this, because I could have spray painted it, I guess, but we're going to play with it. So we're going to take the cover, and we're going to put the cover up here, and we're going to take our signature pieces. I have a whole bunch of vintage pages, a couple in French, and a lot of double pages, so we can just kind of cut off the bottom, reinforce the centers and use them just as they are, you know? So it'll be really cool. I'm really excited. Oh, and then we have these for either inside pages or cover pages, or just mixed in with the pages. And mostly just cool stuff. I'm excited for this. I'm excited. Are you excited? I'm excited. Let's do this. So we're gonna have to get the embossing See, I'm wondering if I just glaze it so it's just not so stark. We'll see. Let's play with this first. So let's get our mat out, our art mat. And let's move that over there, and let's move this out of the way too. So I'm thinking, let's just bring out some, let's do this. Let's paint the back of this. Oh, golly jeepers. Just gonna take some of that. Let me grab a paintbrush. I organized all my paintbrushes yesterday. I'm so proud of myself. I did a good job. Somewhere in here, I've got the perfect little brush to do this with. I probably should. Okay, this one will work. It's small enough where we can get the corners done. All I could find was really, really big ones or really, really small ones. And I'm like, I know I have more rectangular, I know I have more square brushes than this. Okay, so this is gesso, and it's in a FIFO bottle, first in, first out. And the reason why I like those is because you can just top off the paint that's in there. Because I get my gesso in big tubs, and I have 2 gesso bottles, and 1 tub fits in the 2 bottles. So, and we're just going to paint this on here, and this will dry, and then we're going to get the embossing powder for the closure. Burp, burp, burp. Need a little bit more. There we go. But the one bottle that I have, it actually, like the seal broke and it leaked all over the place. So it's stored the other direction. But that's what happens when you don't pay attention to your stuff. Okay, let's get this over here. And this is going to be on the back side, so it doesn't need to be perfect. But I want to get it so it's covered. So, because this is just particle board, and if you get it wet, it will warp, and then there's no rescuing it. So, there we go. But I just want to make it so it's even. And then we're going to wash out this brush. And get the water off. That's my glue towel. I need my other towel. Needs my paint towel. And then we're going to get the surface wet a little bit. Just a little bit. And then we're going to take, and we're going to get the edges so this, there isn't a bunch of it, and we'll just kind of smooth it out. There we go. I think we got it. Yeah. Just trying to smooth out this lump that's here, because it must have been in an extra piece of the hemp cord that was holding the beads, because there's beads on here, which I didn't really like. But there we go. Okay, now that we got the brush washed, let's make sure we get the brush good. There we go. Put it up to dry. then we're going to take this guy. And let them dry. And I need to grab, I know what I need to grab. Hang on one second. I need another tray. There we go, and a piece of parchment. So we can let this, set this aside and let it dry. All right, there we go. All right, I'm going to set this behind us and kind of in line with the fan. And then I'm going to get a piece of paper here, maybe. I thought I had a piece of, yeah, we'll just use. Here we go. Let's use a piece of this. And then let's get some of our embossing powders here. I'm getting so close to getting my studio organized, but you know how you get so close and yet you're still so far away? That's how I feel. That's how I feel right now. So, yeah. It's like I get something cleared off and then I turn around and it's like, oh gosh, I got all that yet. Okay. So, let's see what we got here. Let's use the embossing ink. Let's just do a glaze on this. I want the metal to show through. Rusty hinge, perfect. Let's just do that. See, these are all gonna go in, these are all gonna go in bins like this. So, there we go. Let's get our heat gun ready. Because I don't know what I did to the cord, but I kept stepping on the cord and I didn't want to step on the plug because one, that hurts the plug, and two, that hurts my foot. So I have it all kinds of wrapped up. And come on, go in. There we go. There we go. I'm grateful I left the, I was going to put the power strip underneath my desk, and I'm so grateful that I didn't, because then I'd have issues. Okay, so let's get the embossing powder open. So this is the embossing glaze, so it's not gonna make it, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna get the rusty hinge emboss, rusty hinge oxide, and gathered twigs, scorched timber. So we're gonna do this. get another piece of paper. Oh, for Pete's sake. I don't want to use this paper because that's some cool ephemera type stuff. Hang on one second. I put all my scrap paper over here and I shouldn't have. Okay. This is kind of heavyweight paper. That's okay. Okay. So we'll use that and that. I'll put this in here so I have some other papers that I can use. Okie dokie. Let me get a drink of water. I'm going to turn on the music for you guys. There you go. And I'm going to drink and I'll be right back. Okay, making sure, you know my microphone, hang on, I'm sorry if I did this, I should have muted it, there we go. Okay, so, let's save this paper for embossing powder, and we're just going to take this, and start with the dark, and I'm just going to well, that's not really working, is it? There we go, now we're getting somewhere. Let's start with the dark stuff. And just kind of do it that way. That's very organic. Guess my ink pad is not as juicy as I'd like it to be. I need refills. That actually looks pretty cool. Okay, let's take our hairdryer and dry this. There is a red wasp in my studio. I don't know how he got in here, but he's gonna leave me alone now because I went after him with the hairdryer. Hopefully. He buzzed my head yesterday. Now I know he's in here. So I will find him after the live stream and eradicate him because, yeah, he doesn't need to be in here. Oh, I just got the heebie-jeebies. They scare me because I swell up if they sting me or bite me or whatever they do. This is looking really cool. So, trick to doing this. He's by the window. I can hear him buzzing back there now. I can't hear anything with the fan in the background. Okay, look at the string here. Now I'm just like pumped up. I should go get Mikey. Be like, dude, bring your big shoe. Let's get this guy taken care of. I don't want to use any sprays up here because the kitties come in here sometimes. Maybe that's why Rhea wanted to come in. She wanted to protect me. Okay. There we go. Let's dry this. All right, that works for me. Looks pretty cool. I'm gonna hit it with the other hair dryer on the cool setting to help it cool down a little bit. Give me a moment. That helped it cool off. Now we'll let it cure. I think that turned out pretty cool. I think that'll look really cool with this. And I think I might put a Chicago screw to help hold it in place, just to make it look, put the screw side up. We'll see. We will see. I'm gonna put this up here. I didn't even use this. I used all oxides and stuff. So let's get this out of the way. Let's tidy up our disaster here. I'm gonna get my, what I call my mini broom out. It's just a paintbrush, but it helps keep me tidy. It's over here somewhere. There it is. No, that's not it. Where did it go? Oh, jeez. It was on this cart. There it is. That's what happens when you reorganize stuff. You lose where you put things. So this needs to go back over on the other side. So this is just a cheap paintbrush, and then I use it as a broom. And I sweep all this up. I'm not even gonna worry about, I've got so much clear embossing powder. This like pinch of embossing powder that didn't go back in the cup is okay with me. Okay, we're gonna hang this up so it can cool off. Right there. And put that in the garbage. We'll put these here so we have them to use. Move these out of the way. Put a lid on all of these. There we go. Now, let's see if I'm just going to move them out of the way. I might actually come back with them to utilize them again, but there's embossing powder all over my desk right now, so we're gonna make this a little bit more tidy. There we go. See, I can see it. Okay. Or we could use one of those one of those brads. I've got rivets too. Emboss a rivet. But would you do that after? I think I'd do that after I put it on, just in case it got scratched. I don't know. Well, how do you do it? Do you do embossing powder on random things like I've been doing? It's like, I got embossing powder. Let's see if it'll work. I mean, because what are you out? A pinch of embossing powder? You know? So, all right, I need a drink of water because I've got this embossing powder taste in my mouth. Give me a moment. Okay, let's bring this back and let's see if this is dry. It is. And you know what? We only need one coat on that side. So this is all full of embossing powder too. Oy vey. Hang on, let's get a baby wipe and wipe this off. My dry baby wipes, because I left the lid open on them. And that S-hook always likes to fall, so we're just gonna bend this clip. There we go. Get it wet with some rubbing alcohol. Got the rubbing alcohol and some of the glue too. And we're going to hit it with the water. All right, I think you're good now. I can go in the garbage, because you gotta say it fancy like that, garbage. Now, do we want to hit this with inks, or do we want to hit it with paint? I think we're going to hit it with ink. What colors do we have in here? It's burgundy and purple. So I've got aged mahogany oxide. So let's do aged mahogany. Let's do forest moss. And then things are just falling over. I don't have Villainous Potion. That's more pink than purple. Let's do Wilted Violet, and then we'll come in with this ink and this ink. Okay. We've got our inks, we've got our oxides. I need to get a new dauber for that. Purple. Okay, let's see here. Let's see. Red. Need a new dauber for the red. And then the green should be in my bin. I'm just not seeing it. Brown, pink, blue, green. There we go. Green oxide. Okay. So let's go in with the purple first. And we're going to do just kind of the center piece here. And then the center. I want to make it look like, not like a flower, but like some rare plant. There we go. Okay, there's purple. And then aged mahogany. Excuse me. Okay. And now we're going to come in with forest moss. I kind of want to make it look like the colors are kind of bleeding because it's old. red is right here. Put this right here. So we're going to come back in, and I'm just going to hit the tops of these. Oh, that's purple. Oh, dang it. I'm going to hit the tops of these with the red. This is mulberry, so I'm just going to kind of come in and go like this. Okay, and then we're going to do sweet plum in the middle. Now this is a dye ink, and I'm not sure. Yeah, this is acid-free, fade-resistant, water-based. So this is just to add another layer of color. And then we'll go back over it. What did you put in there? Okay, we're gonna rack it. We'll take it off later. So this is just to add another layer of color kind of in the middle and here. There we go. And then we're going to come back in with this purple petunia, because petunias are amazing. And we're going to hit this in the middle. And then blend it up. And then we'll just dab it really lightly over all of it. Okay, and then we're going to take this brown, which is coffee, and we're going to hit the leaves. Just to kind of temper that green a little bit. I almost feel like the coffee sometimes is like transparent color. All right, now that we got all that, we're gonna hit it with the rubbing alcohol. And I'm just gonna flip this over. Okay, I'm gonna hit this with the hairdryer on. Cool. One moment, please. Okay. I don't know how this is going to work, but we're going to try it. And just... Oh, I have a floofy brush. Don't I have a floofy brush, but do I have the floofy brush I want? Use a round brush, that might work. That's too long. Let's see what we got here. What might work best is just one of these. Excuse me. So this is called, wow, geez, that's tough. Dries clear and iridescent, adds shimmer to ordinary paint or gel. Cleans with soap and water, dries to shimmery translucency, add to paint, gel, and modern paint. So this is stuff that you add to paint, but we're just gonna do this. I'm gonna brush it on. And try not to spend too much time because we don't want to pick up anything. So I'm just going to go over it. Like this. So it's starting to pick up stuff. So we need a towel. Everything's falling today. I'm just going to go over it. This. And it is kind of soaking up the color underneath it, so that's kind of cool. So let's go in and stick to like the pinks and purples first. That way we don't cross-contaminate as much as So my brush is really wet with water, and I'm just trying to make sure that I get all of the surface. And then I'll come back in here. go. It's doing some really cool things. Well, the cover is so drab. I wanted to bring some punch to it, you know, just some fun. There we go. Now look at the green. Blue clear. And blue here. Go. Let's put the lid back on this before I try and wash my brush in it again. Let's make sure we got all of the sides here. I'm just taking a wet brush and kind of just blending the edges. Because it always seems like the edges get, oops. The edges get kind of oversaturated. That's a word. Or they don't get enough. Like this one didn't get enough. So let's open this back up again. Clean the brush. Let's go in with some of this shimmery goodness. There we go. Okay. Okay. Now let's hit this with the hair dryer and get it dry, but let's clean our brush first because we're going to use, I don't know if we're going to use this. This is a metallic accent cream, and then this is Gilded Touch water-based gilding wax in autumn bronze. So we'll see what we get when this is dry. I want to bring out some of the dimension in it. So let's move this over. Oop. Should have brought out my spatula. Hold this way. There we go. All right. I'm going to hit it with cool air, and there's only one setting for the cool air, and that's high, so I don't want the whole thing to go flying. All right, give me a moment. Okay, let's see. That's really pretty. But the details kind of got lost. Oops. Hang on. I smooched it with my finger. Okay, let's blend that out. Okay. I hit this with the dryer again because I just sprayed it with water. Actually, I think it'll be okay because what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this silver accent paste, and this is Dixie Belle or Country Chic. This is back from my furniture painting days, and I'm going to get a brush like this, but smaller. Goodness sakes. Let's see. Got a smaller one somewhere. Right here. And we're going to just take this and get a little bit of a stir. There we go. And we're just going to come in and just hitting the edges. Because I don't like how the edges turned out, so this is how we covered it. And then I'll do the whole back with this once it's dry. Because it's still, like the color still pokes through a little bit, but this way it looks a little more finished. I'm just going to kind of tap the edge so it blends a little better. I didn't realize I was holding my breath. Do you ever do that? Like so focused. It's like, oh, let's just forget to breathe and see if that helps. mostly dry already. Dry to the touch anyway. Last side. This is starting to get a little chunky. It's always the last, see, when you're first starting off or when you're just finishing up, that's when you over apply. And I did it both times. But it's okay, because you know what? Handmade. And not everything is meant to be perfect. I like that. That just kind of softens up the edge and kind of blends the colors that were kind of cross-contaminated. So I need to change my paint water. This will work. Let's make sure we got it off the... I forgot what this part of the paintbrush is called, but I'll remember probably at 3 a.m. All right, let's let this sit for a minute. And let it dry. I'm gonna put it over by the fan though, so give me a moment. Okay, let's see if we can find it's cute, but that's not what I want. So I'm trying to find a brad that we can use to help hold this on there, and I think this one will be the best because it'll fit through the hole. Yeah, so this is what we're going to use to hold this on. and we'll glue it too, but I think it'll finish it off and make it look a little more polished. And I got some ink and silvery stuff on it, so yep, that's what we'll use. Okay, so I'm just gonna put this on here, maybe. There we go. Just like that, so it stays with it. And then let's get our, you know what? That'll be fine. Let's flip this over. Let's get our spine sorted. Okay, and then we're going to take some brown ink, but I want to use the espresso from archival, wherever it went. That's sepia. Hey, yeah, that's green. Don't I have, or maybe it was espresso. There we go. So take some of this and just go along the edge here. Go. Okay, and then do the same thing here. Okay. I thought about doing the coffee, but this is already so dark that it would be hard to see. So we're going to give this just a little bit right on the edge. Just to, so we're going to put our signatures in here. We won't be able to do this after we put it. Well, we could, but then we run the risk of getting like ink everywhere. Because I'm me and I know me. So we're gonna just do this, and then that also will help us line up our where we're gonna sew our signatures, our pattern template. There we go, that's the word I was looking for. I'm just going to come in with just the tiniest bit of black. There we go, because onions have layers and so does art. So it's all about the layers of color. So there we go, see? Now I'm going to come in maybe a little bit with this brown and just kind of even it out. I'll come in with a little bit of coffee too. And just lightly, I'm barely brushing this, just barely rubbing it against the fabric here. I'm going to do top and bottom. So it kind of looks like it's been handled. And then I'm just gonna lightly mist this with rubbing alcohol. There we go, and that'll help kind of congeal the colors together. So this is kind of what we had before, and this is what we have after. So, and we'll do this when we get closer to doing the rest of it, but we're gonna do the pattern Let's do this side too. There we go. So this is just 91% alcohol that I have in a spray bottle. I always have a fan going, and this is a very big room, so I'm not worried about the little bit that I spray making me sick or anything like that. I'd rather spray rubbing alcohol than Lysol. But that's me. Because Lysol, ugh. Okay. Let's move our bins out of the way here. There we go. And then let's get our patterns out here. Let's find the right one. Here we go. That's for 2 hole, 1.5 inch spine. We can use this one. Oh, this is the one I was looking for. It's right in your hand. And then here is the template for the papers. So this is how I've been doing this, because my brain just sometimes I mess up. We want that for our finish, our piece up that we have going. There we go. So I don't like the way that the Sharpie marker bleeds on fabric sometimes, so I've just been taking this. Oops, I need a paper clip, because what I do like to do is I always put a paper clip on the top. That way I can find my top, and then we're going to put this. This is our top, and then we're just going to put this down and lift up the front edge. There we go. And now we can take our binder clips, maybe. Okay. And if you really want to make sure you're straight, you can take a ruler, excuse me, and we can measure from that line to the edge, 6.5. Six and a half. And if we're off by a millimeter. So they're less than a millimeter. And then I take there he is, our crocodile, and 1/8 inch setting. We start at the front and bring the line up this line with the base of the puncher, and then we bring it to the front of the hole for these 2 and the back of the hole for these 3. For these 2 rows, and the back of the holes for this row. So that way they all line up. And this is the fastest way I've been able to find to punch these. Okay, so front of the hole and then back. Now we'll go back. There we go. So we can put that back in our bin. We're going to leave these out because we'll need those for this guy. There we go, because this is what we use to mark our holes in the signature. And I don't know if we'll be able to see, but they are fairly straight. I need my little orange-handled scissors. Give me a moment. They're over by my sewing machine because they are fabric scissors, and this is where they belong. Excuse me. Okay, now we're going to take and cut the extra little bits of fabric out of here. Because the crocodile is old. I've had that thing for 5 years and punched thousands of holes. And it never used to do this, but I think it's getting a little dull. So it leaves a little bit of fur around the holes. That's okay. You just snip it off. Call it good. Right, let's get this. Alright. There we go. We've already got our closure figured out. Let's do our little hole here. Well, you know what? Let's not, because we don't have an idea of what we're going to do for where we're going to put the closure. So let's get our signatures and get those prepped. I'm going to put the crocodile away for now. And what did I do with the signatures? Okay, they can't have gone far. They don't have legs. Oh, they're there. They fell off they slid back. Okay, so I know this binder, I have a binder in my hands because I'm putting this away. I know that this journal was built to hold 8.5 by 11 sheets folded in half, so they're 8.5 by 5.5. So okay. So we're going to leave these full-size sheets. Just going to give them a quick fold in half, just like that. Just kind of give us an idea. And then these are single sheets that are 11.5 by 8.5. So we're going to fold this up to about 4. that, and then we'll fold these to about 5. There we go. And these are single pages that are 11 by 8.5. So we're going to fold, excuse me, got the hiccups. This is 5.5. Let's do 8. Let's do like 3.5-ish. And then fold this back up to about 4.5. Okay, now these ones are double pages that are not quite, a little over 7. And I think we're going to cut these off at 6. So let's get our decal edge cutter without breaking everything else. I gotta put, there's little like wall sectional things that I have that I need to put on there. Let's do like right there. There we go. And we'll put these over here. So there's those. These off. So it's about there. There we go. And what are these? These are single pages. This is French. Let's put these back over at the sewing table. There we go. So these are 9, so I'll just fold them in half straight up. And then these are single pages that are 9. So we're going to do right there. I do believe, yes, these are ones that we need to separate and then washi tape because they're glued together. 1, 2. I do believe these are, yeah, they're at 9, so we need to washi tape these. And then we need to washi tape these as well. And I do believe, yeah, these are a little bit bigger than 9, so we'll washi tape them first and then we'll cut them off depending on. See, I don't really want to cut them off. They're really cool. Maybe. No, they're not. These are pages from a auto repair manual from 1922. So, I mean, these are really cool. wonder. No. We'll just cut them off and we'll use it in another. Yep, so these need to be washi taped. These are little individual pages that need to be washi taped as well. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. All right, let's get these 3 washi taped. Let's get these all put together again. Decal cutter over here. I think for this one, I'm just going to use paper tape, just plain old paper tape. Just like this. We'll get our paper tape out. And our Boho stick. This one feels new. This one. Let's grab this one. Okay. I don't want to get a new stick out. I don't want to start using a new stick. So let's do this and this. And this is just so we reinforce the pages because these are not fragile, but we're going to be stitching through them again. So, and I'm just putting some glue on this paper tape because I don't trust the adhesive. But I know this is easy to stick really well. So, line that up, press it down. I'll just flip this cover. One. Yeah, this one we're going to fold this way. And I want to be able to still use this, so I think I'm going to cut it right here. Because are these 5.5? No, they're still a little wide too. Which is fine. If it's too wide, I want to get this piece on it. I don't want to cut right through it. I just want to cut right there. There we go. Okay, so this will go in this pile. This will go over here. And we'll do the same thing with this one. There we go. Now I want to make sure that I get this one all in this book. So I'm going to cut it right here. Here we go. There's that one. And last one of these pages. And now I've got the hiccups again. I think I might do 2 pieces of washi tape because there's a big hole right here. So I'm going to take this all off. That'll work. I'm going to do a little here. There we go. And then this should be enough to cover this right there. There we go. All right. So we need to get another roll of paper tape, which is in my washi tape container, or my tape in general, because I got electrical tape in there, I got clear tape in there. Okay, so let's cut off, yeah, let's cut it right here, and we'll put the bottom half in there, so because these are too tall to fit inside our journal, so we're going to cut it right about there. There we go. We'll put that over there because that's our scrap pile, and then we've got our 3 things already, and then we need 2 washi tapes and a new paper roll. Okay, so there's a new paper tape, and I think it's really wide. That's really pretty. Let's do that one. Okay. There we go. See, I got electrical tape, I've got clear tape, and all my washies, and my paper tape, which I need to get more of. I get nervous when I get down to 1 or 2, because I get it at Dollar Tree, and they don't always have it in stock, so. All right, this is just gonna get, I like to do the flat side because it goes on easier. And I like to line up the lines so that way I know it's somewhat straight. This is a brand new roll, so hopefully it's not too old. Do that much first, and I just run this along there, that way I make sure that it stays adhered. And we'll go right to that red line. Okay. There we go. I'm gonna flip this over. And snip it right about here. Pull this down like so. And then get some glue on this. There we go. So we're reinforcing where the stitching was. So that way when we put our own stitching in, it's less likely to rip out. Okay, so we're gonna let that dry flat and then we'll refold it when it's a little more dry. Time for page 2. There we go. Get an idea. Okay. Over. Go. Get it with some glue. Okay, now last page. This one's got a string on it, so let's get rid of that string. Line it up with our 6 again. Get a rough idea of where we need to go. It's like this was built for these pages because every time I go to flip it over, it's got it's like right where I want it to be. All right, there we go. Flip this over like that. For some reason this is a little crooked, so I'm going to try and straighten it out a little bit. Still a little crooked. That's okay. Handmade. That's all I'm going to say. Well, I say that a lot, but excuse me. Whew. Little girl sneezes, I guess. Alright, let those dry. Put them over here so they're out of the way. These can go in here. And then these ones, we're going to open them up. First off, we're going to make sure there's no chunks of glue or major chunks of paper. So I just take my fingernail and just kind of pull anything that it catches on. There we go. And then we take these two pages and we lay them down straight together like that. And then we're going to take this. These are postcards. This is a book on therapy. So, you know, Postcards from the Edge. I guess that's an old movie. I don't know. I always wanted to see it because it sounded like a good movie to see. And I think it has Meryl Streep in it. And, you know, if you don't know who Meryl Streep is, she's the GOAT, man. Okay, so we're going to put glue down. And we're going to do double-sided on this as well. So line it up as best we can. I hope they like each other, these two pages, because they've been together for a long time and they're going to be together for a long time to come. All right, let's pull this one. And the reason why we're wrapping it over is because there is gaps. So this way it won't get sticky. There we go. And usually I like to try and use a brand new roll of washi tape, but I've been using washi tape a lot lately, so there's not as much new stuff as I used to have. I know that Stephanie has some washi tapes. They're a little more narrow than what I tend to use it for. So we'll see what she orders. She's funny that way. It's like every time I go in there, there's something new. Whether it's a new fabric, a new gadget, a new art item. Take a rubber spatula here, or a silicone spatula, and just give it a nice rub to make sure that it stays. There we go. Actually, let's do the other side too. That way they will adhere to each other through the little gaps that are in there. And see, and now we can do, you know, something like this where we don't have to fold it on that if we don't want to. And it will stay in there. And these are a little bit tall. They're about 9, so we'll just leave them like this. All right. I'm gonna get a drink of water before I tape this one down. I think my water's almost out, so I might have to go on a water run. Okay. Well, that's the end of that roll. I put that. I hang on to the rolls when they're done, just because they make really cool when you're doing washi tape. When you're doing, excuse me, when you're doing jelly plates. Golly. When you're doing jelly plate, it makes really cool circles, the different size washi tape. You can do imprints on it. And one of the Monday or Wednesday night streams, maybe I'll do it. I gotta do one on Friday, so I stay on track for my my 106 live streams in 106 days, and it looks like I might actually finish early, but I wanted to give myself leeway in case I, got sick or our internet went out, which has already happened once. So, can't always trust technology. There we go. Tap that down. Flip it over. And then roll this out. Fold it. Now I got the hiccups because I took a drink of water. Now this one has a lot of chunks in it. So let's see how this goes. So I'm just kind of pulling them off. The big ones anyways. Little ones I'm just kind of leaving. Anything that catches my fingernail, it's basically up, it's a target. So that was a big piece. There we go. Let's get rid of this. Okay. go. Flip it over. So let's do this before it dries out. There we go. Flip this over and snip it off. And this is our last page that needs washi tape. There we go. It's there. Okay. Excuse me. So those ones need to dry now. Come up here. I'm gonna grab baby wipe and get this glue off my fingers. Excuse me. There we go. Now my fingers aren't sticky. Now we can take the glue stick away. And fold these in half again. Crease. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3. This stuff out of the way. Still need that for that. This can go over here. Goes up there. And then this. And this can go right in there. Okay. Oop. Just give these a nice crease. Yep. Excuse me. This one is going to be the front cover for that. And then we have these ones. That one for that one. This inside out. And that will be the middle page for this. Front page. You know what you can do? This one in the middle. Okay. So we put this at the top, so we know this is the top. And then we put the guy down here. There we go. So there's signature one, and then when we get it sewn in, then we'll fold and tear and pick the other pages that we want. And put these right here so I know where they're at. They're out of the way because they keep falling over. There we go. So there's signature one. And then I'm going to fold this one as we need to. This is going to go on the cover. So we want to do, put these over here. So let's see here. Let's put this one. And then this one. Three. That one. This one. This one. One, two, three, okay, so go down a little bit. And then we have this guy too. Oh, no, this guy goes here. Okay. So where do we want this? One, two, three. So let's cut this off at we're not going to cut it off, we're going to fold it out. Like that. There and that goes there. Okay, now we take this guy, there we go. Guy, bottom, and there's signature number 2. I might actually put a little one right here, even though it doesn't, it's just holding whatever's at top here, but we still have this at top, so I know. But that's the top of my signature. There we go. And then this is going to be our center page. So So everything else can go around this. 1, 2, 3, 4. What do we want on the front page? Let's do French. And graph paper. Come on, there we go. Just about where we need it. Maybe a little lower. Actually, let's do it this way. There we go. And then so that. Because I like the stripes. And then this one up a little. So I can see the other pages underneath. There we go. There. Beautiful. Oops. Let's make sure we have them all tucked in. Now we got all our signatures put together. So 1, 2, actually, yeah, I want that in the middle, I think. No, I want that at the end. There. There we go. Okay. Let's get this stuff picked up a little bit. So we have a place to put these that aren't in the way. There we go. Now that we have this, let's check on our cover piece. Give me one moment. Okay, so I want to take, this is Cosmic Shimmer Water-Based Gilding Wax, Gilded Touch. Let's give this, it looks like lip gloss. Don't let your children play with this. They'll put it on their lips. Let's see. I want to just kind of go through. Let's see. Hopefully this works, because if it doesn't, then we're kind of screwed. I want to kind of tone this down a little bit, but I also want to get in the cracks. So let's grab this cloth real quick. Actually, it's water-based, so let's get it wet. Oh, there we go. That's exactly what I wanted it to do. All right, cool. So get it right in the cracks there. And then come back with a wet towel and just kind of buff it out. We're hitting more of the high points. There we go. Get the center of this. Excuse me. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to put this on all the things. Like so. Okay. And then take a wet towel, just get the high points. So, you know what we need to do, because we're transferring color, we need to get a clean towel. There we go. We're going to hit that. There we go. Oh, we're still transferring color. So, when we hit the green spots, we gotta do a clean section of towel. Okay, let's get the rest of this and then we'll get the edges. So, I'm trying to push it in. The cracks, and then come back. And get the excess off the petals. Okay. So let's get this over here. Okay, now we're going to get the edges of this. Now this gilding wax I got at Painted Raven. And this is going to be difficult, so take a little wet brush and get it in the middle there. go. Maybe use this brush to I'm using the brush to get the excess out of the veins here. And then I'm just wiping it off over here. This is a little bit excess in here. There we go. All right. So I'm gonna put a little bit here. Take my finger and wipe that off. And I'm just gonna come in and get these edges. And take the brush and kind of smooth it around. Okay, hit this edge. Hit this with the wet brush. Get the excess out of there. That doesn't, so it doesn't look like it was put there. It looks like it was built up there. There we go. Blot that. I'm putting it on with the brush and then smooching it with my finger. Side. Extra on the back here. Finger wet. Edges down. And down. Okay. So let's use the extra of this. Get back. One way to clean off your finger. Now, now I'm wondering what this doing. Let's hit it with some water. There we go. All right, I'm gonna hit this with the hairdryer. Okay, so we got that. Now let's let me hit this with the hairdryer just a little bit longer on cool, just so I can make sure that everything's dry. And then I'm going to come back in. We're going to mix up some black paint because I don't have any black wax left, I don't think, but I want to get these crevices just a little bit darker so all the other colors pop. So we'll just do black ink, but not black ink. Although black ink would kind of work. We'll see. Okay, let me hit this with the cool hairdryer. Okay, so I've got golden fluid acrylics. Take this label off. I get these at Walmart. These water spray bottles. I figured they're like $1 a piece. So I haven't found them cheaper on Amazon. If you find them cheaper on Amazon, let me know. These are 2-ounce bottles. Yeah, 2 fluid ounces. And you know what? I'm probably wasting my time here. Because this label wants to come off in chunks. So, whatever. There, that's good enough. Now, excuse me. Shake this up. So this is the gilding wax that we used, and you can get it at the Painted Raven. Link is in the description, and there is a discount code there as well. You can only get it on YouTube and on my channel. So let me put just enough to cover the bottom and a little more. There we go. And then we're going to take, this is distilled water. I'm going to take and do 3 fingers of water, so about halfway. So, and then we're going to put a couple of ball bearings in here so it mixes up the paint. Put 3 in there. Seems like a good number. And then I take the end of the straw here for the sprayer and I cut it at an angle. Like that. Sort of. It rolled right at the last second. There we go. There, perfect. Might be a little short, but it'll work. Okay, and then we want a clean-ish rag so we can blot off the extra. And we're going to do just right here just to test and see what it does. There we go. And we're just going to, okay, so that's not doing what I want it to do. So I'm going to let it dry for a second. Let it settle into the cracks. Spray it with a little bit of water. I'm going to hit this with a cool hair dryer. Okay, and now we're going to lay this down, get the high points. Okay, it's still not getting what I want it to get. So let's spray it again. This time, spray it with water really well. And then we're just going to come in and excess. There we go. Now we're talking. Okay, so I'm going to take this little hose guy, come in with that. You could take a brush, but why dirty a brush when the hose works or the straw works? Keep getting the foam, so I had to knock down the foam. Right, let's try this. There we go. Okay, let's try this. It's all right. Let me get the excess off of this for just a second. Back on it so we don't spill it all over, and then come in and just neaten it up a little bit. I think we got it. Let's try this and see what it looks like. Okay, so because this thing is sopping wet, let's put that right there. I'll grab this guy, and then we're gonna put him, I'm gonna put him in front of the fan and let him finish drying. And actually, we're gonna take this and put it on the back so the back can dry too. There we go. See? Paper tape. Paper tape comes in handy. And it looks nice and grungy. So yeah, I like it. Just give it a mist with water, a little bit of rubbing alcohol. Hit it with a cool dryer real quick. Okay, I'm gonna let this sit here just for a moment. I'm gonna get refilling my water, quick hydration break. So I'll be right back. Okay, so hydrated, and this is dry-ish. So that is what we got. Still metallic and cool. It's got a grungy look to it. It's got some paint splatters on it. I'm gonna put it in front of the fan here. Give me a moment. Let me fold this, put this piece of paper that way so it doesn't blow up with the fan. I'm gonna put this by the fan so it can finish drying. Okay, now let's get mother of pearl. Okay, guess we won't hang up the ruler. One hook to rule them all. Got the toolbox. Oh, there's a roll of paper tape in there. That's cool. I don't know what I just knocked over, but I think for this we're gonna do brown. Let's see. No. No. But that's kind of too orange. Too orange. Well, here it is. There we go. Smush it all back in here. And let's do I kind of like that. That's too dark. This is kind of cool. And this one's kind of cool. Hang on. Fingers. Okay, fine. I'll just take them all out. So we got that one. That one. I'm leaning more and more towards that one. Oop, that one fell on the floor. Probably the one that fell on the floor, right? Kind of digging this one. seems to be one that gets in the way. And yes, I know I have to take it apart to put it back together again, but I want to be able to look at this in the light. I'm kind of digging that one. All right. It's between these three. No, it's between them. Now we know. Choices. Choices are too plentiful sometimes. Sometimes you just gotta go with your gut instinct. But even when your gut instinct isn't quite right, you still just gotta go with it. So we need 3 of these. And I don't know how this got all tangled up like this, because I tied them, I bundled them so they don't get tangled. But I think it's because when I went in here last time, I did the same thing. Just pulled them all out, stuffed them all back in. So I'll grab this one. There's one. Oh, it's still all on the spool. That's why. Okay. Okay. Well, just use our fingers to keep it from getting tangled more. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right, let's start at the beginning. Get this guy out of the way. There we go. So 1, 2, 3. A little extra, just for good measure. 1, 2. So I'm just going to cut them all off since I have it all untangled. So, whoops, I booped the camera. Did I boop it out of frame? Nope. Since we're booping things, why don't you boop the like button, yo? Okay. So cut that. Cut this. Pull out 3. Really? You're gonna do this to me now? After all we've been through? There we go. So we got a 3, right? 1, 2, 3. And take these, coil them up, stick them back in the bag, and the bag goes in the toolbox, and the toolbox goes back under the table. There we go. Back in the toolbox. The toolbox goes back under the table. There we go. Okay, now we need to get a needle cutter and our wax, because this stuff is being obtuse. So, crap, where did our wax go? There it is. It was hiding. So this is just a piece of paraffin wax, canning wax. And take it out of the bag. I just keep it in a bag so it doesn't get all full of hair or paint or whatever. And then we'll take one of these. The ends aren't quite that long. There we go. you go over here, take the string. This is embroidery floss. I do have hemp string and elastic and that kind of thing, but I don't use it very often for binding. I use it for other things. But keeping it all, well, I use the elastic for binding, but not so much the hemp. I have done hemp in some journals before, but it doesn't, for me, it just doesn't cooperate as nicely as embroidery floss usually does. So this is a nice waxed, I just run it through my fingers to get any extra off. And I'll just keep it nice and fray resistant. So this is going to be, move that out of the way. This is our first one that we're going to do. I start with the back. We haven't punched holes in this. So let's put this to the side and punch our holes. Jeez. Putting the cart way before the horse. Way, 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 way. Get our bead reamer out. Okay. And line these up. Like so. One there. One here. There we go. And then we just punch our holes. That went through really quick. That's nice. I like it when it goes through fast. How many pages do we have in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 sheets. So 52 pages in the whole book. That'll be cool. All right, take the template off. Put it over here. Let's get our first one sewn in. First one's always the most challenging. You gotta find your rhythm again after not sewing in. So, put the bottom hole. Oops. Let's move this out of the way. We don't need this right now. Okay. Okay. Usually I clamp this string down, but today I'm not feeling it. And I'll probably regret it later, but in fact, I know I'm regretting it already because I'll do it off to the side because these other pages are a little long. So I usually take a binder clip and put the middle string on the clip so that way it holds it tight and it makes it a little easier to get it through. There we go. Because you need to not sew in your other strings. So you want to make sure you're not looped through any of the other strings on the embroidery floss. So Now we pull this tight, because this is the string. Then we pull this tight, like that and like that. And that's nice and tight. So pull that off. If you can snap it fairly easily, you're pretty good usually. There we go. Okay, let's see how we are. Beautiful. I like this rhythm. So over and under. There we go. And snip that off. So let's make sure we have it all. I just thought of that when I was like cutting it off. I'm like, no, please be all in the right hole. Excuse me. Okay. Now, put this up here. Let's put these away. I can grab them if we need them later. So, I want this a little more cinched in. Okay, top. Line up your top and your bottom. Make sure it's smooshed into the fold. Punch your holes, and I'm going to punch the holes in the other ones too so we don't ruin our mojo. There's that one. What's next? Go. This one to the side, put this back in our there we go. This goes in our bin where all the string and fabric and stuff are at. And then now I've got the hiccups. Go. one. One other reason why I like the wax stuff is because I don't always need this guy. Okay, we can put that back. Top and top. Middle to middle. Do some pause. So we can put this here. I want to do one with beads in it. Okay, where's the hole? There it is. Sometimes you gotta cheat. There we go. There we go. Okay. Here we go. See, it's doing it again. It wants to skip. I don't even know where it's coming out. It's not coming out in the middle. Okay, let's do this. It's definitely not coming out in the middle. There we go. I had to wiggle it a little bit. There we go. Sometimes the washi tape gets in the way. Okay, so unclip this. This tight. Let me pull this tight. There we go. test it. That's good enough. Is this long enough? I don't think so. Maybe. Let's cut this one off. 9 times out of 10 I end up cutting this one off anyway, but just because I'm me, I'm gonna leave it. Excuse me. Now for the last one. Let's get our needle. Okay. Middle. No. Okay. Try again. Okay, let's, before we get that all stretched out, let's okay, where is needle showing up? Somewhere in the back. Yeah. So we cheat. That's why I use these big eyed needles. So There we go. There we go. Well, that doesn't help. There we go. So, pull this tight. Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to do this so we know which ones to fold. So fold this way, like that. Now, excuse me, let's click that. Let's go put our closure on this. Okay, so here's our cover. That black paint's still not dry yet. Set that right there. So I kind of like it like this, but I want the more dingy one down at the bottom. There we go. So here is my question. Okay, so I'm just going to draw a pencil line right here, a little bit further in. Top. Okay. So where did it go? Did it get buried underneath all this stuff? No. I spent all that time on it. Where'd it go? Okay, I'm better now. It's like, So, let's put this back on there. Actually, let's go ahead and close this up the way it goes. And there. Come on, I know I have another binder for a big one. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we're going to put this here, like that, and then this is going to go here, like that. So let's mark it. Okay. Let's put a fabric tack on there. I think we might have to definitely give us enough space for magnets. Should. We do right there. Then we can do, let's see, let's do this the right way. Oh, it comes with a little metal circle too. That's kind of nice. So, these aren't as strong as they seem. So, let's give ourselves just a little line. There we go. Very faint line. Let's see if they're the same strength as these. It's these little bubbers. Are really strong. But I think if we do Ah, yeah. Cool. Okay. That's gonna work. You know why? Because I said so. So let's get this going. I'm not going to put anything behind it because it's already so much. And I want it just to okay. Now bother. I just have, where are my other blue clamps? Oh yeah. There we go. Should be big enough. Go. I want it to go here. And then we're going to need our there we go. And let's find a piece of corrugated cardboard. This should work. Go like this. Okay. Okay. And this one. There we go. There we go. Let's find our brads. Beads, brads and screws. And I should have a little brads that look like screws. And we're gonna put some cardstock behind that. But I think there we go. No, those are little flowers. Well, where did they go? These are little diamonds. These are hearts. These are little diamonds. Oh, bother. These are rivets. What happened to the ones that look like little screws? I might just end up using those if I can't find them. These ones are different colors. I had them. These are little square ones. Because I don't know where they went. Oh, look, the little diamond ones would be kind of fun. Kind of glamour and grunge. These are like upholstery type tacks. I don't know what happened to them. Oh, bother. Those weren't silver, I'd use them. Yeah, I've got some silver going on. Let's see, let's try them on real quick. No. gonna stick with what really frustrates me. I don't know where they went. Well, it's time to move on. I still say a Chicago screw might be a better bet for this, but we might just wait and see if it goes in a place that needs a pocket. But this is the base for what's going to cover up the brad that we've got. Okay. Now, there we go. Put it there. We're on there pretty good. Let me clean up this extra glue real quick. Before it gets out of hand. There we go. Alright, so let's take this brad out. Put that right there. So I want exactly on center. Okay. So that'll give us pretty much the whole cover to magnetize to. Take Sharpie, because it is going to get covered with a brad, so take the Sharpie and make a hole right in the center, or a dot. Okay, and then take the black ink which is somewhere in here. Ink up the edge of this. Like that, and then hit it with a hairdryer on cool so it'll dry it. Okay, so I put black and brown on here, and it doesn't look like it's smudging off. But we're gonna take and just wipe this off a little bit. Looks like we might have reactivated the oxides the spray oxides out. So we're getting a little bit of green here, which I'm okay with. I'm not going to sweat the small stuff. All right. Yeah. Now, move that brad so we don't lose it. Move this so we don't lose it, because we've already lost it once today. And then bring this down. I tried to do it sideways so I can actually see what I'm doing, but I still gotta go in close because there's shadow. Okay, now take this brad. Yeah, we reactivated the green on there, which is kind of cool because then it smudges. It's like smudged across, but it dried it. Okay, so put this down. This in the hole, and then this in this hole. So we want the legs to go up and down, so we'll make sure they're going up and down, and then we'll smush it through the hole there. And then take a towel, put it on this side, so we can pull and push this down, and somewhere in here, here we go. Give that a push, and that a push. I might just put a pocket instead of a belly band and just glue this down. Hi, Catherine. I'm trying to get some ideas for my newest journal, so I've been poking around YouTube. Is my microphone not working? I'm almost done with today's journal. I mute my microphone because I know there's background removal on my microphone, but I don't know how much it does. And sometimes it does a lot and sometimes it doesn't do any. So I don't want to blow your ears out if you happen to be wearing headphones or something. I need collage medium. Because this is metal. And I want to keep it as long as possible. I probably should have collaged medium the front piece first, but it is what it is. Okay, and then put a little more down here. And a little in the hole. And then we're going to take a piece of masking tape. Oop, you probably want to clamp this down so it doesn't flip over. So, okay, let's get our masking tape out. Actually, let's use this. Yeah, let's use this reinforcement tape. This probably will work better. It's stronger. Just cut it to length here. There we go. Put that back in our bin. And then let's push this down. Kind of squeegee it through. Do the same thing here. Oops. Let's lift this up. Okay. Let's push this down. Hold it for a second. So this is not holding like I thought it would. So let's put a piece of masking tape over the top. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe just kind of hold it for a second. Give it some time to adhere. So then we'll put the magnets on this piece, and then we have the metal piece on this side, and then it should, with any luck, it should stick. I'm hoping. I haven't done this yet, so this is kind of an experiment slash thing. So we're just gonna let that sit. If I need to, I'll pull the tape up and put more glue down. This isn't really stable on here, so we can very easily put some collage medium on the other side, but I want to make sure that this is where I want it. And let's move this. So that is what that looks like. All right, cool. Now best way to do this. Let's measure with my ruler. It's on the floor. Good thing I got 2 of them. Okay. What would you use for blue and what? I use collage medium anytime I have to glue anything other than paper to paper or fabric to anything. So, but the thing with collage medium, this bottle is on the older side, so it's doesn't adhere quickly. Sometimes it takes a little bit for it to adhere quickly. It's not like art glitter glue where it dries almost instantaneously, but this stuff is amazing. It's expensive, yes. I think this bottle, it comes in a jar too. I think this bottle is like between $7 and $9, but you don't need much. This bottle has lasted me like over a year. And I've got 2 more that are newer, but I'm trying to get this one going. So let's see here. We're looking at, can we do inches? Let's do 3/4 of an inch down. Okay, so, or do we want to just, I want to see what these are compared to this. So when I glued this wood piece to the fabric side, I used fabric tack. But now that I'm going to be using metal, I wonder, I'm just trying to figure out the best way to do this. Let's just do, let me fit across here. 1, 2. Okay. Let's just do a few across, and that should work. Come on. Look like this, I had expensive and cheap. It depends on the material for me, and like this, like something like this where it's gonna get handled a lot, I'll use the expensive gesso. Because it's going to get handled a lot and you want to hold up. If it's going to be a wall piece where it's not going to get handled that much, I will just use like Artist Loft or whatever inexpensive stuff. So I'm going to put this one here. This one here. I'm going to put 4 on here. Thing with working with magnets is you got to make sure they're friends first. Okay, slide it down a little bit. I would rather have this be too many magnets than not enough. So we're going to put that there, like that, and then we're going to come in and glue this down. There we go. And because I'm me, I'm just going to make sure. Yep. So even if it gets a little lump-or-doodle, it'll still work. So the other thing about the collage medium is it's self-leveling. So if you want to fill in like gaps and stuff, it'll like self-level itself out. You don't have to worry about leaving big, like there's a big bubble of it right there. I don't have to worry about it. Okay, so, excuse me. I'm going to take this and then this. It's a metal ruler, so I know to hold them in place. And then I'm going to take my towel here and fold it up a little bit. There we go. And then I'm going to take my big C-clamps. Where'd they go? I had them. There they are. They're behind my head. So, this is a metal tag from the Dollar Tree. These are little magnets from the Dollar Tree. And I'm trying to like balance what I use with the cheap stuff and the expensive stuff, and okay, so I'm just going to clamp these down for a few moments while I tidy up my area here. I want to leave my my medium out, and God bless America. I swear if I could drop it, I will. The other thing that's kind of cool about these little, excuse me, about these little magnetic buttons is this is actually a piece of metal. You could actually repurpose this into, you know, a closure like this, like I did with this. So I'm just going to put this tag back on here, and then I've got these little guys, and then I've got these bigger guys, and then I've got these teeny tiny guys. Well, these ones are teeny tiny, and then these ones are bigger than those. So it's like I got a whole bunch of different sizes. I got these at various thrift stores, gifted to me. This was from Dollar Tree, and I don't know, I used 4 of them, and there's, I don't know how many, 14 in a package. So, and this was 3 in a package. I think I still have the, yeah, it's right here. Whoop, I almost dropped it. But let's see, did I boop it? So these are the metal tags, and that's, I wanted that to hold it in place, you know, instead of just gluing it, because that way, you know, it'll go with the thing, and it hopefully won't scratch as much. I don't know, we'll find out. Kind of just winging it. It's a new idea inspired by other things that I've seen, other projects, not necessarily junk journals. So let's put some of this stuff away. I don't know if I'm going to use those brads, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Okay, I need a hydration break. Okay, so we got this on the front, and then open it up, and I might just peel this up and put more glue down. Because it's getting absorbed into the fabric before it's actually getting used by the tape. So let's try this again. The other thing we could do is put a little bit of art glitter glue on there. There we go. Now it's sticking, sort of. Just hold that there. So I used a combination of different pages. There's 3 signatures. I got some different book pages out today, and I'm really excited for those. I got some art pages that I did the splatters and the splat like Louisa Heinzel. I'm like, I used to do this. Let's play again. So yeah, kind of a combination of a little bit of color, but mostly neutrals. This is avocado and coffee stained paper, just like the cover is. So I tried to bring some of the outside in. And this is probably my favorite book I've ever gotten, and I got it for free at a garage sale. It is a automotive repair manual from 1922. I don't get fun stuff like that very often. But yeah, so we've got all kinds of cool stuff going on. Okay, we're gonna put, I've got some wide painter's tape, and I think that might help. Might. Let me grab it. Painter's tape. Excuse me. It might not help, it might help. It's going to be covered by a pocket anyway. I just want to make sure that this gets adhered down. So, there we go. There, that makes me feel better. Now, let's see if my clamping actually helped. Yes, it did. Cool beans. Now, I'm going to hit this with a hairdryer, so I'm going to mute the microphone for a moment. I'm just going to hit it with cool air. This is really thick and it's metal on wood, so it's going to take longer to dry, but I really love this. I think it makes everything kind of come together. And I'm excited. I'm excited. I haven't been excited in a journal for a journal in a minute. All right, give me a moment here. Okay, so that's at least set. It's not dry, but I don't think they're gonna move very much. I'm gonna let it dry overnight, but I'm gonna put something down so it doesn't, ooh, probably not that. That's metal. That's not what I want. So we can get a better idea of how this is gonna work. I'm looking for something on the thicker side. Maybe something like this. To keep the magnet from magneting. Well, it's still magneted through there, so they're fairly strong magnets for Dollar Tree stuff. So that gives you an idea of what we completed today. And I may come back in and adhere that down now that I have an idea. Just put a little bit, so it can be a little tuck spot right there. But then, yeah, then the magnets keep it closed. I mean, I have a piece of paper in there, so it's not going to be as strong. But, and I'll come in and clean up that a little bit. But yeah, so all I need to do is decorate. Excuse me, got the hiccups again. Jeez, stitch. Let's fold this guy down. There we go. This is going to be a fun journal to fill. So there's the idea. No, 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 no. Oh, phew. There we go. Yeah, let's put the paper back. Yeah, I like it. All right. So I am going to be back in a few hours to do our work along. I can't remember what I have to do. I have it on my list. That's why I make lists, because my brain does not remember from this morning what I need to do. So, and then tomorrow we'll be back at 10:30 a.m. Central Time for another journal. I already have the idea in my head. I'm gonna get everything ready tonight before I go to bed. And we'll see what happens. I don't know, I feel like I should wrap this in parchment so it doesn't stick to the cardboard either, just in case. Just in case. There we go. Just in case I accidentally flip it closed again. I'm not gonna try not to, but appreciate y'all hanging out with me today. And we'll see you soon. Remember to always be kind to one another. Peace, love, and happiness.